Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram.
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram.
Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram, Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
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 Hare Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram, Ram,
Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram,
Ram Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram Hare
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 Ram
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 Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Jagapati,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Gopesha Gopika Kanto Radha
Hare
Kanto
Ram
Nam,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Raj,
Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Ram Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar
Hare
Shri
Hare
Guru
Hare
Bhakti
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare Hare
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Hare
Hare Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Krishna
Hare,
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram, Ram Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Hare Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare 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 Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
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 Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Shri
Hare
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri
Hare
Advaita
Ram, Hare Ram,
Gadadhar
Ram Ram,
Sivasati
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Gaura
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Bhakta
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
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 Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Krishna Hare, Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
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 Hare,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Ram, Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Nam
Krishna,
Nam
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Ram, Hare
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 Hare,
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Nam
Krishna,
Nam
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Nam
Hare
Nam
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Nam
Krishna,
Hare
Nam
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
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 Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Hare Krishna
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 Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Devi Krishna Devi Krishna Krishna Hare Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Devi
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Devi
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Devi
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Ram
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Ram
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
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 Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Ram
Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
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 Ram Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Hare Krishna
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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram
Shri
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Chaitanya
Ram
Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita
Hare Hare Hare
Gadadhar Shivasati
Hare Ram
Gaura
Ram
Bhakta
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Ram,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram
Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram
Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
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 Hare Ram,
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare Hare Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare
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 Ram
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Hare Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Hare Ram Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram.
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
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 Ram,
Hare Krishna Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Ram
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 Ram Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram
Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
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 Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare 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 Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Ram
Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Ram Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare.
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare
Ram
Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Ram
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna
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 Hare Krishna
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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram Ram
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, 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 Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare, Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram,
Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
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 Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna.
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram, Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna.
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna.
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna.
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare, Ram Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
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 Ram Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Ram
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram Hare Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Shri
Hare,
Krishna Chaitanya
Hare
Prabhu
Ram,
Nityananda
Ram,
Shri
Hare Hare,
Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur
Hare Ram,
Bhakta
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama, Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram, Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Ram.
Hare, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare 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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram,
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 Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Ram, Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Ram
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
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 Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
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 Hare,
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna, Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Ram, Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram.
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Krishna
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
Krishna,
Shri
Hare
Advaita
Krishna, Hare
Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur
Hare Ram, Hare
Bhakta
Ram, Ram,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Hare Ram Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram ram ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
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 Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram Ram
Hare
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 Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Ram,
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Hare,
Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram Ram Hare
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 Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Hare Hare Ram
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram, Ram Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Chaitanya Prabhu
Hare
Nityananda,
Hare
Shri
Krishna, Hare
Advaita
Krishna,
Gadadhar
Krishna
Sivasadi
Krishna,
Gaura Bhakta, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna.
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare,
Krishna.
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram.
Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram.
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Ram.
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna.
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram.
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram.
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Ram
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram.
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Hare Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram.
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Ram.
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram.
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Ram.
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Ram.
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Ram.
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram.
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram.
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Krishna
Ram.
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Ram.
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Jai
Krishna,
Shri
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Chaitanya Prabhu
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
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 Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare,
Ram Ram, Hare
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 Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Jesus,
Ram,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Jai Radha Shiva Sari
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
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 Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram.
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram.
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Ram.
Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
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 Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram Hare
Hare Ram
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 Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram
Hare
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 Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna
Hare
Jai
Hare
Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya
Ram Hare
Prabhu
Ram Ram Ram
Nityananda
Hare
Shri
Hare
Hare
Ram
Advaita
Hare
Hare Ram
Radha
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Shri
Krishna
Hare
Radha
Hare
Hare
Bhakta
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Ram, Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram,
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram.
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, 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 Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram, Ram
Ram, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram, Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Ram
Ram Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
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 Ram
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
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 Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram Ram
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare
Ram
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare Ram Ram
Ram
Ram Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare.
Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram Hare
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 Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
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 Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram 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 Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare
Ram
Hare Ram Ram
Ram,
Ram Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare.
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram Ram Ram
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram Hare Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
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 Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Jaya
Krishna
Jaya
Hare
Ram,
Hare Hare Ram
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 Ram,
Ram Hare Hare
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Ram
Ram,
Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Ram Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram
Ram, Ram,
Hare 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 Ram Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare 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 Ram Krishna Hare 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 Ram Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Mhm.
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Mhm.
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna.
Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna. Hare.
Hare Ram Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram Ram
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram 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 Hare
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 Ram
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna.
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare.
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare.
Krishna
Hare Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Hare Hare Ram, Ram,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, 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 Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare
Ram,
Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare. Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare. Hare Ram,
Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Ram,
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare.
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare. Hare
Ram,
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare. Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Ram, Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare Hare. Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare. Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare,
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Ram, Ram,
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna Hare Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare. Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare, Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Ram Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare 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 Ram
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna Hare
Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Chaitanya
Krishna
Prabhu
Krishna,
Nityananda
Hare
Shri
Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare Ram
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Jai Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya
Ram
Prabhu
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram.
Krishna, 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 Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare
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 Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Krishna Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Mahaprabhuji.
Hare
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. We'll read some verses from Bhagavatam. This chapter is entitled Puranjana becomes a woman in the next life. It's Canto 4, Chapter 28. The canto is entitled The Creation of the Fourth Order. We are on Chapter 28. The city's superintendent of police, the serpent, saw that the citizens were being attacked by Kalakanya, and he became very aggrieved to see his own residence set ablaze after being attacked by the Yavanas. So, police resident also was set ablaze. The police here is the five-hooded serpent that's guarding the city. And when Yavanas, Kalakanya, and Prajwar, they all attacked, then everything was set ablaze, including his own police station or his own residence. The living entity is covered by two different types of bodies, the gross body and the subtle body. So, liberation means becoming free from the gross body and the subtle body because they are both material coverings. So, liberation means the soul goes back. There are two types of cages, right? We have the gross body cage and the subtle body cage. At death, we can see that the gross body is finished. But actually, the living entity is carried by the subtle body to another gross body. In the 15th chapter, Krishna is saying, as air carries the aroma, the subtle body carries the soul and his different conceptions from one life to another. So, in the Bhagavatam, it says that the subtle body dissolves when the jiva is liberated. The subtle body, the material part of the subtle body, you could say, dissolves, and only the pure spirit soul goes back home, back to God. The so-called scientists of the modern age cannot see how the subtle body is working in carrying the soul from one body to another. So when somebody dies, it's the mind that carries the soul to the next body, but nobody can observe it, right? I mean, you don't see the soul coming out of the body, and of course, sometimes people, like when they die, their eyes are open, their mouth is open. That indicates that the soul is left from those places. But you can't see the soul, how it's being carried and where it went, to which body it went. So Prabhupada is saying they cannot see. In the Bhagavad Gita, in the 15th chapter, also Krishna says those whose eyes are trained in transcendental knowledge, they can see all these things. But those who are not trained, trained means they understand all these things. We can't really see with our gross senses, but here he is saying in the 15th chapter, 10th verse. Utkramantam sthitam vapi bhunjanam va gunanvitam vimuda nanu pashyanti jnana chakshusha, eyes which are or seeing through the eyes of knowledge, or when one has knowledge then one sees differently. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular scent of sense objects. And then Krishna says, but yatanto yoginas chainam pashyanti atmani avastitam yatanto api atkritatmano nainam pashyanti achetasa. The endeavoring transcendentalists who are situated in self-realization can see all this clearly. How transmigration is happening, how we are in different bodies because of our past desires and karma under the spell of modes of material nature. But those whose minds are not developed and who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try. So that is called Shastra Chakshu or Jnana Chakshu. So when you have Gyan Chakshu, you can see the bigger picture and you can understand how we are in the cycle of birth and death. We are suffering birth, death, old age, and disease. But when one is very enamored by desire for sense gratification, he cannot see all this. Or, when one is absorbed in material consciousness, you cannot see all this. So that is what Krishna is saying, that Bhogeshwarya prasakta nam taya prita chedasam vyavasayitmika buddhi samadau na vidiyate. The so-called scientists of the modern age cannot see how the subtle body is working in carrying the soul from one body to another. This subtle body has been figuratively described as a serpent or the city's police superintendent. When there is fire everywhere, the police superintendent cannot escape either. When there is security and an absence of fire in the city, the police superintendent can impose his authority upon the citizens. But when there is an all-out attack on the city, he is rendered useless. As the life air was ready to leave the gross body, the subtle body also began to experience pain. Okay. So mind is pain. Of course, the pain is experienced through the mind, as Avanti Brahmana says. It is my mind which is the cause of pain and suffering and happiness. So the mind at that point thinks, oh, I have to leave everything, all my family members, everybody, I have to leave. It is so sad, I'm going to go. So then, because he is attached to all these things, then he feels pain also because he has to leave all this. As a serpent living within the cavity of a tree wishes to live when there is a forest fire. So this serpent is now they are comparing the serpent to the subtle mind. Previously, the five-hooded serpent, the five pranas in the body, Saman, Udayan, Prana, Apana, like that, all this. As a serpent living within the cavity of the tree wishes to live when there is a forest fire. So the city's police superintendent, the snake, wished to leave the city due to fire's severe heat. So subtle body wants to exit like if there is fire in the house, then you want to escape. So subtle body wanted to escape. It becomes very difficult for snakes to leave a forest when there is fire. Other animals may flee due to their long legs, but serpents, only being able to crawl, are generally burned in the fire. At the last stage, the limbs of the body are not as much as affected as the life air. Okay, so then the limbs of the serpent's body were slackened by the Gandharvas and Yavana soldiers, who had thoroughly defeated his bodily strength. When he attempted to leave the body, he was checked by his enemies, so he was not allowed to escape. Being thus baffled in his attempt, he began to cry very loudly. So he is in pain and he is not allowed to escape. He is in that suffering condition. It's like somebody is torturing you and you cannot escape. Then you cry loudly, please. So that's what is compared to the all the choking of the throat and all these things that happen at the time of death. And the soul wants to exit, but for some time it's confined in that body and it's experiencing pain, the subtle body. At the last stage of life, the different gates of the body are choked by the effects of disease, which are caused by an imbalance of bile, mucus, and air. So in Ayurveda, Kapha, Pitta, Vayu, they analyze everything as an imbalance of Kapha, Pitta, Vayu. That's how they treat. So, thus, the living entity cannot clearly express his difficulties, and he wants to speak, but he can't speak. He has difficulty breathing, and surrounding relatives hear the sound ghur ghur from a dying man. In his Mukunda Mala Stotra, King Kula Shekhar states, Krishna Tvadiya Padapankaja Panjarantam Adyeva me Vishatu Manasaraja Hansaha Prayana Samaye Kapavata Pitte Kantavarodhana Vidho Smaranam Kutaste. My dear Krishna, please help me die immediately, so that the swan of my mind may be encircled by the stem of your lotus feet. So the swans, they go inside the lotus stem, which is inside the water, and they play a sport like that. So he's saying, my mind, let it be entangled with the stem of your lotus. It means, let me remember you now that I'm in a healthy situation. Otherwise, at the time of my final breath, when my throat is choked up, how will it be possible for me to think of you? Very difficult to think of Krishna when there is high fever and all these things and so much pain in the body. The swan takes great pleasure in diving within the water and being encircled by the stem of the lotus flower. Of course, we say if Krishna will think of us like that. The swan takes great pleasure in diving within the water and being encircled by the stem of the lotus flower. This entanglement is sporting joy. If in our healthy condition we think of the lotus feet of the Lord and die, it is most fortunate. In old age, at the time of death, the throat sometimes becomes choked with mucus. Like when we have ordinary cold also, our nose gets blocked and so many things happen. We can't breathe. We have to breathe through our mouth because the nose is blocked. You might have experienced that. So, but this is much more than that, or blocked by air. At such a time, the sound vibration of Hare Krishna, the Maha Mantra, may not come out. Thus, one may forget Krishna, but one can chant in the mind. That's why, or in the heart, mind or heart. So, the chanting should be heart deep, so that thus one may forget Krishna. Of course, those who are strong in Krishna consciousness cannot possibly forget Krishna at any stage because they are accustomed to chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, especially when there is a signal from death. Okay, so Prabhupada says if you have practiced to chant Hare Krishna, then you, whenever there is a danger, then also they chant Hare Krishna. So, not forget. Okay, so any comments, anything so far?
We also have that verse of Varaha Purana, right?
Yeah.
If my devotee is not able to remember me at the time of his death because of difficulties in his body, then I will remember my devotee. So we say Sarvasya Cha Amriti. So Krishna is the one who gives remembrance in the heart. So the time to practice is right now when we are in a healthy state. That's what he means by this verse. And the time of difficulty, then Krishna will remember us, so he will invoke his remembrance.
Yeah. We have to depend on Krishna for remembrance. Krishna will give us remembrance if he wants. And of course, if we are attached, then we will remember. So, whatever we are attached to, Ajamil remembered Narayan, his son. He called his son at the time of death. So, so we have to cultivate our attachment to Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yeah.
So we we hear all this when you are dying, you have a 60,000 which are like, biting and all that. But we never see anybody cry or water in their eyes.
Um, you don't see anybody cry. I mean, some people we have seen like they're not able to breathe, their ventilator on their so mouth or and yeah, as mostly people are unconscious. That's what you're saying. That mostly they're not crying, they're unconscious, they don't know what's going on. But inside they may be crying or I don't know how it is. But um,
Yeah, the pain. It's because of the pain that the spirit soul leaves the body. It's so much pain that it cannot stay within the body.
yeah,
I think we read it in the purport only yesterday or something.
but I think what she's saying is that the pain, because of pain, there is no crying happening.
They
So
don't have the strength, or they are unconscious.
unconscious. So
Yeah, Mataji. They will have the pain, Prabhuji. When my father was leaving his body, I was there only, and he was not able to breathe. His eyes became vague and unable to bear the pain or something, and it was very miserable. Yeah, but they will feel the pain inside. I think so, Mataji. I think it'll be like that.
yeah.
So they can't express or they can't cry or like that. And
Somehow, yeah, there is a pain and there is things like it's not like you just sleep and it's a peaceful thing, death. So, I mean, for devotees, maybe it can be like that also. For devotees who have they die very peacefully sometimes, remembering the Lord like that. But yeah, here the way it is described is, I mean, we have to see many dying people and then see what, and our turn will also come. We don't like to see dying people because it's very heartbreaking to see. But that's the reality of life. So we have seen some people like they were gasping for breath, so they could not breathe. So that put like ventilator and things like that. And as soon as you remove, then the doctor said, well, you can't keep the ventilator on because he's not going to come back to. So as soon as they removed the ventilator, then the breathing like became very, very like difficult, and they were so because they have to like now how long you can keep the body like that. I mean, the person is in a vegetable state and he's not going to come back to life, so they remove the ventilator then. Okay.
So in the verse 12 only we read, I think yesterday, it was talking about Vishnu Jwara. When the body is attacked by Vishnu Jwara, the fiery condition becomes so acute that sometimes one remains in a coma. This means that the body is in such severe pain that one becomes unconscious and cannot feel the miseries taking place within the body. Indeed, the living entity becomes so helpless at the time of death that although unwilling, he is forced to give up his body and enter another. So, yeah, there's so much pain that the spirit soul cannot stay in that body and it is forced, it's kicked out of the body.
Yeah, for doctors it's very difficult to see all these things. Yeah.
I mean, if there is a devotee doctor, they can chant and do.
Yeah.
But
But
for some, there is no, it's like a ordinary thing to see death every day.
they become accustomed to it, right? They become used to it, right? They've seen so many. So it no longer makes any effect. But when we go and see, we feel like, at least myself, I see very difficult to see somebody gasping for breath and like that. Of course, we chant and we pray in the soul. We had some instances like that where we went.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen death, but it has not impacted us so much, or me,
Mhm.
that I have become so serious that, yeah, my death is also approaching.
Mhm.
I will be like that person in few years.
Yeah.
So that's that Yudhishthir Maharaj saying. That's the amazing thing.
Right. Yeah.
And I was thinking that in the previous verse also, I mean, this is talking about the gross body and subtle body, right? So the mind is seeing everything, right? The pain, how the gross body is, attacked by the enemies, right? So, and if you look at the Bhagavad Gita's verses, I mean, it seems like that mind is the one who is observing everything, and at the end, he leaves. He also leaves the body. Subtle mind carries. And so, in all the Bhagavad Gita verses, Krishna always talking about that mind. Surrender your mind, think about me, think of me. So one, he's always talking about the mind because mind is the only thing at the last, when the gross body leaves and going through with all the pain, and due to some that pain, gross body not able to even uh, say any word or utter something like that. But mind can, one can, if mind is, as you were saying, if mind is absorbed in thinking of Krishna, he immediately, when some kind of miseries or any accident or any pain comes up, we immediately take shelter of the holy name,
Mm.
right? So it's better, like, we say that chanting should be on the mind level. So we hear, we very concentrate on the when we are chanting, because ultimately we have to surrender through our mind. It says that when something, like, when someone is, if you wanted to know that what is deep down in your heart, or a story like that, right? A person who what kind of, what is the native language of that person. So in, you just give some misery. So in the pain or in any accident or any excitement, the person immediately speak in their own language, the native language that he was practiced through the childhood, right? So yeah, if someone practice so sincerity with through the mind, practice of mind, always try to engage in devotional service, chanting, serving, worshipping, thinking, reading pastime, hearing. So it will eventually, it's all through the practice through mind,
Mm.
and there will be most possible chances to I mean, most likely chances to give the remembrance at the time of their death.
Mm.
That's what the old verse is. And even Bhagavad Gita, most of the time Krishna has spoken and focus on the give this his instruction that through the mind,
Mm.
surrender through the mind.
Mm.
So yeah.
Yeah. So mind has to be engaged in Krishna's service. Yeah. So yeah, if we humility, definition of humility is nobody can save me other than Krishna. So we remember only Krishna, that only Krishna you can save me now. So if we practice like that, then Krishna can only save us. And it's time of great difficulty. So we remember Krishna. He only can save us. Okay. So that is all training the mind, right? It's spiritual life means training the mind to think of Krishna always. King Puranjana then began to think of his daughters, sons, grandsons, daughters in law, sons in law, servants, and other associates, as well as his house, his household paraphernalia, and his little accumulation of wealth. So now he's going to leave, so he's thinking of all the things. It is not infrequent for a person overly attached to the material body to request a physician to prolong his life, or at least for some time. If the so-called scientific physician is able to prolong one's life for a few minutes through the use of oxygen or other medicines, he thinks that he is very successful in his attempts, although ultimately the patient will die. This is called the struggle for existence. At the time of death, both patient and physician still think of prolonging life, although all constituents of the body are practically dead and gone. So everybody wants to live longer. So that's why we don't want to die. So we want to live longer. I mean, devotees are looking forward to like leaving the body also, let's say, because they want a new body, or at least if not going back to God, at least some other favorable situation where the pain is less, where they can again practice Krishna consciousness. So they know that they are convinced that after this life, I don't die. I will go into next life, in next body, or to the spiritual world. So, so we should live our life that we should have no regrets at the end of life. That's how we are supposed to live. Although, even though we may have done things which we may be not nice, but we repent for it, we regret. Yes. And then we should live our lives so that there is no regrets, that you can at least have the satisfaction that I lived my life as purely as possible in Krishna consciousness. So that kind of satisfaction comes if if we live our life nicely. And we may not have lived our life nicely. So but there is always the future, whatever remaining years we have left in life, we can always decide that yes, we should now the remaining years of my life let me dedicate and become pure in consciousness to Krishna. So whatever is done is done, what is gone is gone. I regret and I repent, but then now whatever is there coming up, let me use the remaining time that I have, because I can't do anything about the past time that is gone, but in the future I can always make make have determination, make plans, so that at least the remaining years of my life I can be completely purely dedicated to Krishna. So that we can try to do that. Okay, so the next verse. King Puranjana was overly attached to his family and conceptions of I and mine. Because he was overly attracted to his wife, he was already quite poverty stricken. So he was thinking, this is my I, and this is mine. At the time of separation, he became very sorry. So he was sorry means he became sad that he has to leave all that he called all that he called it mine. He had to give it up. So he became very sad. It is clear in this verse that at the time of death, thoughts of material enjoyment do not go away. Yeah. So we know the story of Birbal and Akbar, and how Akbar is telling Birbal that as one becomes older, then one's all material desires go away, all the lusty thoughts and everything goes away. And the Birbal said, no, that's not true. So he went to an old man and they brought some beautiful person, and this old man was looking. So it is clear in this verse that at the time of death, thoughts of material enjoyment do not go away. Because our body ages, but the mind is like that, right? How it is. Mind has no kind of age. Mind is using the body to fulfill its desires. So in old age, what happens? The body cannot support the desires, fulfill the desires, because it is. But in the mind, all the desires are there, and those desires then take us to our next. So Krishna says, okay, now you have a body, you have desires, but you don't have a body to fulfill those desires. So let me give you a new body. So then, in that body, now with that mind that you have, you can fulfill your desires. So that's how we go from one body to the next. This indicates that the living entity, the soul, is carried by the subtle body, mind, intelligence, and ego. Due to false ego, the living entity still wants to enjoy the material world, and for want of material enjoyment, he becomes sorry or sad. Yeah, he wants to enjoy, but he can't enjoy because his body is diseased and things like that. He still makes intellectual plans to further his existence, and therefore, although he gives up the gross body, he is carried by the subtle body to another gross body. The transmigration of the subtle body is never visible to material eyes. Therefore, when one gives up the gross body, we think that he is finished. Plans for material enjoyment are made by the subtle body, and the gross body is the instrument for enjoying these plans. So we say like desires come first in the mind, and then thinking, then feeling, then willing, and then you put it into action. Thus, the gross body can be compared to the wife, for the wife is the agent for all kinds of sense gratification. Because of long association with the gross body, the living entity becomes very sad to be separated from it. So, gross body is the wife, and he's enjoying the body, and now he has to separate from the body, so he becomes very sad. The mental activity of the living entity obliges him to accept another gross body and continue his material existence. The Sanskrit word stri means expansion. Through the wife, one expands his various objects of attraction, sons, daughters, grandsons, and so on. Attachment to family members becomes very prominent at the time of death because they have served you and now they are the ones who are close to you and they will only serve. So one often sees that just before leaving his body, a man may call for his beloved son to give him charge of his wife and other paraphernalia. Please take care. The dying man may say, after my death, you please take care of this, of my wife. Oh, my dear son, please take care of her. Please take care of the business, like that, whatever. He has his mind in the business, like we were hearing that, right? The dying man was saying, so where is my son? Where is my, this and that? And this is everybody's here. Then he's thinking, oh, if everybody's here, who's at the shop? So he's thinking about his shop. So like that. He may say, my dear boy, I am being forced to leave. Please take charge of the family affairs. So he's thinking, please take care of this. But nobody can take care. They are also going to die in due course of time. But yeah, for the time being, he may say. And he thinks that now he has fulfilled his duty, now he is dying. It is very peaceful. So like that, he speaks in this way, not even knowing his destination. So he doesn't know where he's going, and but he's very concerned about his situation, like that. So okay. So then,
Like we have the story of a man with 4 wives, right? So here also Prabhupada is saying purport, gross body can be compared to a wife. He had like his wealth and property and his family members, as in the other wives, through which he can get sense enjoyment.
correct. Okay. King Puranjana was anxiously thinking, alas, my wife is encumbered by so many children. When I pass from this body, how will she be able to maintain all these family members? Alas, she will be greatly harassed by the thoughts of family maintenance. All these thoughts of one's wife indicate that the king was overly engrossed with the thoughts of woman. Generally, a chaste woman becomes a very obedient wife. This causes a husband to become attached to his wife because the wife is serving, and very chaste, and consequently thinks of his wife very much at the time of death. This is a very dangerous situation, as is evident from the life of King Puranjana. If one thinks of his wife instead of Krishna at the time of death, he will certainly not return home back to Godhead, but will be forced to accept the body of a woman and thus begin another chapter of material existence. So who knows? Those who are women may have been men in their previous life and they became attached to the woman and they got a woman's body, and those who are men now, they may were women in their past life and they became attached to men and they got. So we don't know how we came, how into this body. So but Prabhupada is indicating like this, that this is what happens. Okay, then.
But if the husband or wife is a devotee, then is there a difference?
I mean, they are devotees, but there is, as Shunti Devi says, there is some still bodily. It's a kind of mixed, right? Because is some bodily attachment, and plus there is also some devotion. It is not completely on the spiritual platform because obviously there was some bodily relationship and like that. So I don't know. I cannot say like that, but yeah.
Like, I've heard that if you think of a pure devotee at the time of death, then you will go where that pure devotee is.
So you can think of the spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, like that, and they are pure devotees. Like, but there is no kind of bodily connection in that sense that you're not in that way, like in a family kind of. We are, of course, we are on Srila Prabhupada's family, but
One of the devotee asked Prabhupada, can we think of you and while chanting? And he
At the
told,
time of
yes, you
death.
can. Right?
Yeah. So yeah, that's like spiritual master. Thinking of the spiritual master, but only you are too very attached to the spiritual master that you will be able to think of him.
yeah, they say prasangam vajaram pasham atmana kavidu saiva sadhu shakritu moksha dwara. Yeah, so that's like the pure devotees, if you think of Srila Prabhupada like that. Then, yeah. So, and towards the end of life, according to Varnashram, one kind of becomes aloof from family. Like that's in the four ashramas. So there is, Prabhupada says one place that if a man dies without the knowledge of his family members, then it's a glorious death also, because he's not surrounded by all these family members. Okay, so, but yeah, I cannot say, I don't know, like I'm not, Krishna has to decide and what it is. Krishna knows exactly what is our situation, and so he will decide at the time of death. King Puranjana then began to think of his past dealings with his wife. He recalled that his wife would not take her dinner until he had finished his. So generally, that's how a chaste wife, she will feed the husband first and then she will take her. That she would not take her bath until he had finished his, and that she was always very much attached to him. So much so that if he would sometimes become angry and chastise her, she would remain simply silent and tolerate his misbehavior. So she was very like obedient, very submissive, very chaste. So that also caused attachment for Puranjana, because when somebody is so submissive and serving you, and so the Puranjana became attached to her. That is natural, right? They say if you serve dog, then dog will love you. So of course both are serving each other. So in that way there is like, attachment happens. A wife is always supposed to be submissive to her husband. Submission, mild behavior, and subservience are qualities in a wife which make a husband very thoughtful of her. So that is why at some point you say, yeah, even it is very difficult to separate, right? Because a lot of service has happened and so many things, events and memories and things like that. So towards the end of life, it's very difficult to separate because you become attached. For family life, it is very good for a husband to be attached to his wife, but it is not very good for spiritual advancement. Like Prabhupada's father told him, right? Is it there in the Lilamrita? Because he wanted to marry some other girl, like the Kashmiri girl, something like that. And Prabhupada,
Yeah, he wanted to
Yes.
marry. Yeah,
Radharani.
No, it's not
I mean,
mentioned in.
it is Mataji.
It's.
mhm.
Did we read that? It's not mentioned that Prabhupada wanted to marry another girl, that Kashmiri girl. That's not mentioned. He did not like
but
his
he
wife.
mentioned.
It's mentioned he did not like his wife, and so he went to his father. His father said it's good that you don't have attachment, but it's not. It's not mentioned that Prabhupada wanted to marry another woman.
I think it is mentioned, Mataji.
It
Not
is
mentioned a
mentioned,
Kashmiri
Mataji.
girl, but it is mentioned that he wanted to
maybe
marry with
we have,
someone
Yeah, it is
other girl.
mentioned. It is mentioned that he wanted to marry another one.
And
because they
then
are
his
reading
father,
again. Yeah.
yeah, and that time his father was saying that it is good for you because you are not going to attach with your wife, and yeah, then you will be more inclined towards serving Lord.
Okay, so
I think so.
we can see. I one minute. I think I sent it to somebody at one time. Anyway, it's not like so. Yeah, I think did he say that in a conversation or not?
See, this is what the Lilamrita is saying. Although his marriage had only recently begun, Abhay was dissatisfied. Radharani Datta was an attractive young girl, but Abhay had never really liked her. He was thinking maybe a different wife would be better, a second wife besides this one. In India, it was socially acceptable to marry a second wife, so Abhay decided to take the matter into his own hands. He made arrangements to approach the parents of another girl. But when his father heard about it, he called Abhay and said, "My dear boy, you are eager to take a second wife, but I would advise you not to. It is Krishna's grace that your present wife is not to your liking. Take it as a good fortune. If you do not become too attached to your wife and family, that will help you in your future advancement in spiritual life." So, yeah, I mean, he found
And
another girl. Yeah.
yeah, and here it is says that in the second chapter that which paragraph, like although Abhay was a third year college student with no income, it was not an Abhay didn't appreciate his father's choice of a wife. He had thought of marrying another girl. But in deference to his father, he put aside his reluctance. For the time being, he was living with his family and she with hers. So his marital responsibility of supporting a family would not be immediate. First, he had to finish college. Yeah,
Okay.
here it is says that he had thought of marrying another girl. I
All right.
can.
So yeah, so his father told him that yeah, so that it will help you if you're not too overly attached like that. Okay. And actually, that prompted him to leave the family also because his wife was not cooperating. And you were saying yesterday that he, what did they do? They hid his
Gita
Bhagavad.
Upanishad commentaries, manuscript.
So
So
also in when Gokuleshwar Prabhu was here, in one of the class he mentioned, right, whatever miseries are supposed to come from your karma are going to happen, um, at
Yeah,
certain
even if you
point of time.
married second time, if
Exactly.
your karma is there to suffer from marriage, then that girl will also be like that only.
Yeah. So it's not advisable, to separate, but bear the karma. So you're burning all the karma and advancing in it will just be a step to your a step forward to your spiritual life.
Yeah, I think uh, it was a post somewhere. Bhakti Vikas Swami Maharaj had posted Prabhupada's words on divorce and marrying another. He was saying that's animal life.
yeah, but if you're in abusive relationship and if it is causing obstacles, then you just, as Prabhupada just left, right? So if it's causing an obstacle in your spiritual life, and if you're strong enough, if you have strong willpower and strong desire to make spiritual advancement, then you just drop it. So that is also there. I mean, you don't go and marry somebody else, but you just drop. You say, I'm done with it, like Prabhupada. So
And to one of the ladies, Prabhupada says that accept Krishna as your husband.
Yes. But if it's causing an obstacle in your spiritual life, then okay, like Prabhupada left. I think the last in the Abhay Charan series, we see that, he, he wanted her to take initiation. She was very attached to tea, and then he said, tea or me, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. They would have programs at his house, like a home program, and his family members wouldn't even come out of their rooms. They will have kirtan katha. They would not come and sit. That's too much, right?
But they did show, right? She was cooking for the devotees when he
Yeah,
invited.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
some sort
cooking.
of service was there. But
Yeah, yeah. She was doing cooking, but she didn't like it. Like Prabhupada says, she didn't like having programs.
Anyhow, so
And I read, Prabhuji, that when his manuscripts were ready to print, one of the person who was in Madras, Alagappa, Dr. Alagappa or something, and he was ready to print his books, but his family members, I think, he lost that full manuscripts. So they were not cooperating with him.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, yesterday also I heard something about like that, some situation. So there also they were saying that, yeah, the husband is not interested and the wife is interested, husband is not interested, and it's causing tension. So okay. King Puranjana continued to thinking how when he was in a state of bewilderment his wife would give him good counsel and how she would become aggrieved when he was away from home. Yeah. Although she was the mother of so many sons and heroes, the king still feared that she would not be able to maintain the responsibility of household affairs. So he was thinking, without when I die, what will happen? How will they survive, and how will take care of them? So his thoughts were like that. So although she had many sons and like that who would take care, but he was overly concerned. Sometimes we think that without me nothing can go on and things like that. Jayadvaita Maharaj was saying one time that we think that without me everything will fall apart. But then, we read in the newspaper that some so and so has died and is survived by his wife and a daughter and a son, and they live on. So this is all what Sridhar Swami also, he took sannyas like that. He was thinking, he had a newborn and he was thinking, how can I leave him? And then he saw a lizard, a baby lizard. And then immediately some insect came before the baby lizard and it got its food. So he thought, yeah, everybody's arrangement is there by nature. We are thinking that without me nothing can go on. That is Krishna's position. Without Krishna nothing can go on. And we are thinking without me the world will go on, nothing is going to be affected, of course. So there is too much concern like that. And he was thinking, of course, Krishna only protects everybody. But he was thinking, if I'm not there, then. Now, it's not like we should not take care of others and things like that. If we want to, we should help. But only to a certain degree, somebody can help. Right? After that, you cannot help. So, but it doesn't mean that we should not help others if we have the means to help. At the time of death, King Puranjana was thinking of his wife, and this is called polluted consciousness, as Lord Krishna explains in Bhagavad Gita. Mamevamsho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana manashashtani indriyani prakriti sthani karshati. The living entities in the conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. So mind also gives a lot of stress and things like that. The living entity is, after all, part and parcel of the Supreme Spirit, Krishna. In other words, Krishna's constitutional position and the living entity's constitutional position are the same qualitatively. The only difference is that the living entity is eternally an atomic particle of the Supreme Spirit. Mamevamsho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana. In this material world of conditional life, the fragmental portion of the Supreme Lord, the individual soul is struggling due to his contaminated mind and consciousness. And is having no peace because of this. Bhukti, Mukti, Siddhi, Kami, Sakala, Ashanta. As part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, a living entity is supposed to think of Krishna, but here we see that King Puranjana, the living entity, is thinking of a woman. Such mental absorption with some sense object brings about the living entity's struggle for existence in the material world. Such mental absorption with some sense object brings about the living entity's struggle for existence in the material world. Dhyato Vishyan Pumsam. That's caused the being attracted by Maya, then our struggle begins. Since King Puranjana is thinking of his wife, his struggle for existence in the material world will not be ended by death. So it's not the end, next life again. As revealed in the following verses, King Puranjana had to accept the body of a woman in his next life due to his being overly absorbed in thoughts of his wife. Thus, mental absorption in social, political, pseudo-religious, national and communal consciousness is the cause for bondage. During one's lifetime, one has to change his activities in order to attain release from bondage. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 3.9. Yagnarthat karmano nyatra lokoyam karma bandhana. So we have to change our activities in this human form of life to become free from material bondage. If we do not change our consciousness in this life, whatever we do in the name of social, political, religious or communal and national welfare will be the cause of our bondage. This means we have to continue in material conditional life. As explained in Bhagavad Gita 15.7, Manashashtani Indriyani Prakriti Sthani Karshati. When the mind and senses are engaged in material activities, one has to continue his material existence and struggle to attain happiness. In each and every life, one is engaged in the struggle to become happy. So we are planning how this. Actually, no one in this material world is happy. So that is what, when we come to this realization that I cannot be happy in this material way, in material consciousness, then you give up your hope. Right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So that's what material nature is there to convince us that it will not work. You try to enjoy. So you have to die, and then old age and disease, and this is not going to work. So when something doesn't work, then you look for alternatives. Actually, no one in this material world is happy, but the struggle gives a false sense of happiness. A person must work very hard, and when he attains the result of his hard work, like his paycheck, he thinks himself happy. In the material world, people do not know what real happiness is. Sukham atyantikam yattad buddhigrayam atindriyam. Real happiness must be appreciated by one's transcendental senses, not by material senses, but by one's spiritual senses. Unless one is purified, the transcendental senses are not manifest. Therefore, to purify the senses, one must take to Krishna consciousness and engage the senses in the service of the Lord. Then there will be real happiness and liberation. So, real senses enjoy, actually. That enjoyment is with spiritual senses, like that. Our spiritual senses are covered over by the material senses. And whatever we are enjoying is through the material senses. And so, like, you can think like this, that if you have a tongue and your tongue is covered with a plastic, so the tongue is the real spiritual sense, and if it is covered with a plastic and or like a polythene, something like that, and then you put a gulab jamun on the tongue cannot relish it because there is a covering in between. So the spiritual senses are covered by the material senses, and So it cannot relish. So when we undo that covering of material senses, when you remove that plastic from your tongue, then you can relish really. So with our spiritual senses, so the uncovering is sarva upadi vinirmuktam, is to uncovering of this, identifications that we have in our consciousness, we are thinking. That is the uncovering of all the upadis. And then when you come to your real consciousness, the spiritual consciousness, that I am spirit soul, then you can enjoy actually the real happiness. As long as you are covered by the upadis, then you can't really enjoy. So, so one has to give up, and that uncovering of upadis happen when you engage in devotional service of the Lord. When you chant Hare Krishna, anavritti hi shabdat. Anavriti means to be uncovered. So we are covered over by these designations and all this. So we can become uncovered by the sound vibration, the transcendental sound vibration of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, the Hare Krishna mantra. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita 15.8, Shariram yad avapnoti yad chapi utkramatishvaraha grihit vaitani samyati vayur gandhan ivashayat. This is the verse we read. The living entity in the material world, maybe not this one, in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another as the air carries aromas. If the wind passes over a garden of roses, it will carry the aroma of roses. And if it passes over a filthy place, it will carry the stench of obnoxious things. Similarly, King Puranjana, the living entity, now passes the air of his life over his wife, a woman. Therefore, he has to accept the body of a woman in the next life. So our thoughts create our next body. In the Coming Back book, right, Prabhupada says that the thoughts transform into, like in this world also, right? Somebody wants to build a skyscraper, the architect. In his mind, the thing comes, right? How the building should look like, and how the windows should be, and how this should be. And then he puts it on the paper like that, and then it takes a shape, the cross shape. It first appeared in his mind, and that mind, the thought, then transformed into a gross shape. So Prabhupada says our subtle thoughts in our mind, they create our next body, and to give shape to our desires that is our subtle body, to fulfill those desires. Okay, so what is the time? It's 10. Okay, so next, one more verse. King Puranjana continued worrying, after I pass from this world, how will my sons and daughters, who are now fully dependent on me, live and continue their lives? Their position will be similar to that of passengers aboard a ship wrecked in the midst of the ocean. So we are on a ship that is, wrecked. Wrecked means like it is no longer usable, in the middle of the ocean. Then you are helpless. So he's thinking they will be all helpless without me. At the time of death, every living entity worries about what will happen to his wife and children. Similarly, a politician also worries about what will happen to his country or his political party. Unless one is fully Krishna conscious, he has to accept a body in the next life according to his particular state of consciousness. Since Puranjana is thinking of his wife and children and is overly engrossed in thought of his wife, he will accept the body of a woman. Similarly, a politician or so-called nationalist who is inordinately attached to the land of his birth will certainly be reborn in the same land after ending his political career. And he may not have a human body also, but like we say, right, that man became, what did he become? In the same house, he became a
A cockroach.
cockroach. So he was attached to his house, but he did not get a human body. You may get, I mean, but yeah. So
Bharat Maharaj, dear body.
sometimes politicians act more sinfully for their own sense gratification. It is not unusual for a politician to kill the opposing party. Yeah, like Even though a politician may be allowed to take birth in his so-called homeland, he still has to undergo suffering due to sinful activities in his previous life. This science of transmigration is completely unknown to modern scientists because for them there is no proof, kind of. Of course, people have remembered their past lives, and but in every case it is not happening, right? We don't remember our past life, so for them it's like okay, they can't explain this how people remember their past lives because they've given up that body. So Prabhupada is saying that science of transmigration is completely unknown to modern scientists. So-called scientists do not like to bother with these things because if they would at all consider the subtle subject matter and the problems of life, they would see that their future is very dark. So you don't want to feel guilty and or don't want to think about the bad things that are going to happen in your life. So you don't just think about it; you just brush it aside. Thus, they try to avoid considering the future and continue committing all kinds of sinful activities in the name of social, political, and national necessity. So, so for enjoyment, you have to put like a curtain over the future, right? Because if at least for enjoyment in sinful activities like that, so then you can enjoy without any guilt and feel very happy. So you don't like to read all these things where it says by for this kind of uh, sinful activity you'll be punished like this in the fifth canto. There are so many different descriptions. So you have to forget all that, right? Otherwise, you can't enjoy. If I want to eat meat or whatever activity, intoxication, gambling, illicit sex, then I have to forget all the consequences and what, so that then I can enjoy. Because if I remember, then it hampers with my mood of enjoyment. So that's what Prabhupada is saying here. Okay, so it's 8:15. We will stop here. Any further comments from anybody? So Prabhupada is writing very strong things, very, very strong, but he wants to, it is for our benefit. He's seeing us as spirit souls and we, who are suffering in this material existence because of our material desires. So he wants us to go back home. So he's writing all these very heavy things so that we can actually become, we can wake up from our illusion and take up Krishna consciousness and serve Krishna like that. So, okay, if he were to just make us feel good about what we are doing, then it may feel nice, yeah. But sometimes people say like this is positive, this is negative, yeah, and this is negative speaking like this. But he wants us to, do things that are beneficial for us. Like in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, "One who has escaped the three gates of hell." What is that verse? He does acts which are conducive for himself, for self-realization. One who has escaped the three. Um, what is that? How does it start? Um,
Yeah, एतद् तमोद्वारिभिर्नरः आचार्यात्मनः. Yes. So yati par. After that, Srividham Naramnash.
Eter vimohati esha. Right?
Tervamote Vimukta Konteya.
Eter vimukta konte. Yeah. One after saying Trividam Naraka Sedyam Dwaram Nashamat.
22.
So one who has he so Prabhupada wants us to do acts which are good for us for our own good, right? And we are the soul, we are not this body. So he wants us to do things which are good for ourselves, which will create an auspicious situation for us in the next life. So, so that's why he's writing. Eter vimukta kon. It is not like he's trying to, condemn us and things like that. No, he wants us to improve so that we can do. Eter vimukta konteya tamodvarais tribhir naraha acharyatyaatmana shreyas tato yati param gatim. The man who has escaped these three gates of hell, lust, anger, and greed, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination. Tato yati param gatim. And that is going back home, back to Godhead. So, we may not like it because it may not like this chanting and all these activities and following the principles. It may be very difficult in our conditioned state to do, but it is for our own good. That's why he said these are the regulative principles of freedom. Rising early, chanting Hare Krishna, reading Srimad Bhagavatam, conducting our life according to the scriptures. So this is actually for our own good. And that's what Prahlad Maharaj says. People don't know what is their own self-interest. They are not even acting for their own self-interest. I think one time I was hearing one class, maybe it was Raj Bihari Prabhu. Demon, he said, demon, what is the definition? Demon means one who is working very hard to go to hell. So he said like that. Like Hiranyakashipu was working very hard, doing all the austerities. So we should work hard to get out of this. Not working hard to stay in the material world and get one body after another. So, as Rishabh Dev says, right? Nunam pramatta kurute vikarma yadindriya pritiya pranoti. Not that one. Always that. The other one.
Nayam deho deha bhajam kashtam pramana hati vipajami tapo divim putra kalvina satam shuddhi esam brahma saukhyam tvanantam.
Okay. So, we'll read the Pearl story now, some pastimes of Krishna. Let's see.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, I missed that first part of that Pearl story. Can you just give me a...
No, it is just starting actually.
Okay, thank you.
It has not started yet. Yeah.
Satyabhama is asking Krishna the story.
Correct. So, yeah, the conversation. Huh?
We didn't read this, did we? It all began a few days.
Right from here to here.
Yeah.
I think we
So
have. It all began a few days.
Yeah. It all began a few days after Satyabhama had heard a rumor that Krishna had once created creepers in Vrindavan that produced pearls instead of fruit. Beautiful Satyabhama, whose fragrance attracted honeybees and whose features surpassed those of queens of heaven, submissively asked Krishna to tell her the story of the pearls. Pointing at her pearl bracelet, Satyabhama said, "O my lord, I have heard that these pearls are actually the fruits of a creeper. I have never heard of such a thing before. Where do pearls grow in this way?" Remembering the pearl pastime burnt Krishna's heart like fire, but externally he stayed composed. While a maidservant fanned him, Krishna leaned against his cushioned settee, smiling sweetly. Very eagerly to hear Satyabhama sat before Hari. Pressing her slender body against his sitting place, she touched his feet and looked at him with great love. "Dearest," Krishna replied, "the time has long passed since pearls were produced from creepers. All pearls at present come from oysters." Krishna was reluctant to describe this confidential pastime. But Satyabhama's desire to hear was intense. She repeatedly requested Krishna to narrate everything about the pearls of Raj. Knowing Satyabhama to be most qualified, Krishna finally relented and opened his heart. Krishna happily sighed and said, "One day, as the residents of Vrindavan were preparing for the Deepavali festival, I came to know that Sri Radhika and her Sakhis were making pearl ornaments. At once I went to the northwest corner of Radhakund, seated in the courtyard of a Madhavi grove beside Malehari Kund. I found Radha and her friends. The sight of that assembly of beautiful gopis gave me total satisfaction. Radhika sat upon a soft cloth, holding pearls in her lap, as she busied herself stringing a delicate necklace, for whom I did not know. Around her sat Lalita, Vishakha, and other Sakhis. Maid servants moved here and there, carrying pearls from one Sakhi to another as best suited their projects. Enchanted by the gopis' exquisite movements, I watched them for some time. They stole glances at me from the corners of their eyes. But those haughty girls made no effort to acknowledge my presence. In fact, they purposely ignored me. Should I continue or
Yeah,
summarize?
you can summarize so we can understand better.
So Satyabhama is very eager to hear, although Krishna didn't want to explain this confidential pastime, but she's insistent. So Krishna gives in. And he's saying that this was a day of Dipavali. And Srimati Radharani, along with her Sakhis, they were all sitting in the Malehari Kund. And they were making necklaces from pearls. And Krishna was very much satisfied seeing all the beautiful gopis. But they were very haughty, means proud.
Hmm. And they
So,
ignored Krishna.
yeah, I made no effort to acknowledge his presence. I cleared my throat, stepped into the courtyard, and addressed Sri Radha with all the humility I could muster. Dear Sakhi, I said, like you, I have a great desire to celebrate this festival. I would like to participate by decorating my two cows, Hansi and Harini. My humble request is that you spare a few of your pearls for this noble purpose, and thus earn a reputation as the most magnanimous amongst the beautiful gopis of Raj. When Radha heard my request, she barely responded. She gave me nothing more than an indifferent glance. The gopis continued about their business, discreetly exhibiting the priceless gems in their laps and on the lac stained ground. I felt neglected, and I accused the gopis. Friends, has your adolescent beauty gone to your head? Have you become so proud that you cannot even hear the plea of a humble mendicant? Please listen to me for a moment. But the gopis were not about to listen. Instead, at Radha's instigation, they began to laugh, their laughter being as melodious as the sound of the Yamuna's lapping waves. Finally, Lalita Devi accosted me in her usual aggressive way. She blurted out, "Oh, hero, how is it that these pearls, fit for queens and kings, are now earmarked for your cows? I know, perhaps we should give them all to you. In that way, you can decorate your entire herd." I understood the gopis' playful mood, and replied to them in kind. "Lalita, I do not require all your pearls. Just give me a few, so that I can decorate the four horns of my two favorite cows. That's all." As her friends watched from the corner of their loving eyes, partially covered by their saris, but still more beautiful than blue lotuses, Lalita gathered her pearls two together and displayed them as she jokingly said, "Hari, what can I do? I do not see even one pearl good enough for your cows." At this, I lost my temper and hastily replied, "Clever girls, forget it. Just forget it. But after this, never again call me a miser." Okay, so Krishna, they're ignoring Krishna, and Krishna is very humbly requesting to them that I have a desire to also celebrate this Diwali festival, and I want to decorate my two cows, Hansi and Harini. So please give me some of your pearls. But they ignore his request, they are indifferent. They don't even reply to him. And he's saying that, "Oh, you girls have become so proud of your beauty that you're not even hearing from me, a humble mendicant. I have come to you begging, but you're not hearing because you are very proud of your beauty." So, uh, and they started laughing also. And so then Lalita Devi, she's she's the fiery gopi. She's responding that, oh, these pearls are meant for queens and kings, and you want to decorate your cows. In fact, we should give all of these pearls to you so you can decorate all of your cows. So this is like a kind of, you know, mm, joking, huh? Sarcastic, yeah, she was saying. Uh, so there was a playful mood. So then Krishna is saying, I just want pearls for my two favorite cows, that's all. So then mm, Lalita gathered the pearls, yeah, and she says, I cannot find any one of these pearls which is good enough for your cows. Again, sarcastic. So then Krishna became angry, lost his temper, and says, forget it. Never again call me a miser because you are a miser. These gopis are behaving like that. Misers. They don't give away things, right? And but you call me a miser, so don't again.
Thank you, Mataji.
Okay, I can read. Somebody else wants to read. Okay. I
Can I read,
cannot.
Prabhuji?
Yeah.
Can you please increase the font, Prabhuji?
The font in this, let's see, is this the font? I think.
That's okay, Prabhuji. I can read. Yeah.
1 minute, let me see if you are, because the, yeah.
Yeah, I got it, Prabhuji. I got it. I
No, you
cannot
have to
remember.
move to the previous page.
Huh?
Move to a previous page.
No, that is where we
Okay.
left.
Yeah, that's where we left. Take next.
Can you highlight, Prabhuji? Where should I read? I cannot remember. I cannot remember the.
Okay, 1 minute, sorry. What happened here? Sorry, 1 minute. I cannot. Yeah, here.
Okay. I cannot remember the many ways, Hare Krishna Prabhuji. I cannot remember the many ways I reprimanded the gopis, but needless to say, being spurned by them, I had no recourse other than to seek revenge, and a just revenge at that. Returning to Nandigrama, I took shelter of my mother and pleaded, Mother, please, at once give me some pearls. I want to sow them in the field and grow pearl plants. We shall gain immense wealth, and I can then decorate my cows commensurately. I repeated my request many times, but mother only raised her eyebrows and smiled. With a laugh, she said, My darling, pearls do not sprout. Why not try sowing some other seeds? You can turn a profit with so many crops. But I insisted, Mother, you must give me some pearls. I guarantee that my pearls will sprout in 3 days. You will see for yourself. Please believe me. Mother feigned surprise as she pretended to accept my request, but she could not actually refuse, placing her best pearls in a silken cloth and shaking her head, she gently sent me on my way, full of enthusiasm. I hurried to the Yamuna and near Jala Harana Ghata, I began to till a very fertile field. As I was seeding the soil bed, some gopis passed by and made their presence known by cutting derisive jokes and laughing. I completely ignored them, however, and after covering the pearls with fresh earth, I erected around my field a protective fence of thorn bushes. Fully absorbed in his own pastimes, Krishna dramatized every word with gestures of his face, hands, and body. By planting my mother's best pearls, I sowed the seeds of creepers that would quickly fructify into a juicy fruit of the gopis' humiliation. I had devised a plan by which to embarrass them and gain the upper hand. I would make the gopis beg me for pearls, and in the process teach them how a person feels when rejected. That day I sent some of my friends to beg from the gopis milk for water. So in this aspect, should I read Prabhuji that one?
Yeah, if you want to summarize, you can summarize.
Yeah, that day I sent some of my friends to beg from the gopis milk of water for water, watering my pearl plants. True to form, they laughed and said, our milk is not suitable for such a noble purpose. Better Krishna uses the milk of the cows for which he is growing pearls. And if that milk is insufficient, they added, he can collect milk from cacti in the desert. My friends felt ridiculed, but I remained undaunted so that the gopis could see what I was doing. I made a great commotion as I watered my plants, and on the fourth day of my enterprise, the pearls began to sprout. Delighted, I ran to tell my mother, and holding on to her sari, I brought her to see the sprouts. Unable to explain what she was seeing, she could only exclaim, what is this? What is this? Uneasy, she simply returned home. But when the gopis heard the news, they laughed amongst themselves and said, these are either thorn bushes or creepers of Krishna's envy. But I knew that they were actually pearl sprouts. So after taking pearls from his mother, begging from her, so he goes to a place and he sows those pearls and he wanted some milk to water them. So when he goes to the gopis, they laugh at that. Better you take your milk and sow this pearls, and so that you get beautiful pearls. So they laughed at him. The very next day he went and he saw to his surprise that pearls had been sprouted, and he took his mom to watch to see those pearls, and she was really surprised to see pearls on the plants. And this news spread, and the gopis laughed among themselves, and they could not believe that they were pearls sprouting.
Okay, so till now the pearls had not sprouted, just a sprout had come.
A sprout.
Yeah, so Yashoda was thinking, what is this? And she went home back, and then gopis saw it, and they said, oh, it's only going to give thorn. It'll give thorn bushes.
Cacti, yeah.
It will not bring any pearls. So, but Krishna was convinced that they were actually pearl sprouts. Okay, so now I can read. So, the creepers that grew from those sprouts looked like hemp plants, tall and coarse, yet within a few days they blossomed with large violet flowers. Those flowers created a heavenly scent that spread throughout Raj. So there was a creeper that grew with flowers, and they were very fragrant. Whole Vraj was very fragrant, driving the bees mad and giving the Vrajvasis inexplicable joy. So bees became mad on the fragrance of these flowers on the creeper, and Vrajvasis were whole Vraj became very very fragrant. Then lo and behold, in a few days, pearls began to appear upon the creepers. The uncommon beauty of the pearls excelled those I had planted. So it was even more than what Yashoda had given. These pearls that grew were more beautiful than what Yashoda had given. And Krishna had planted. Crowds of amazed Rajvasis arrived to wonder at their splendor. So everybody came to see. And of course, the young gopis, dumbfounded and driven by greed, came daily to see the ever unfolding opulence of my pearls. The gopis were coming. They were completely like shocked. How can this happen? One day the gopis held an emergency meeting to discuss recent events. Friends, said one gopi, you must all know by now that Nanda's son has miraculously grown pearls by Yamuna's shore. The quality of those pearls puts the best of ours to shame. And after we treated him the way we did, we cannot expect him to share them with us. So they wanted the pearls, but they knew they treated Krishna badly, and his pearls are much better than ours. Just the opposite, we can only expect him to ridicule our ornaments. So now Krishna will taunt us. Let's see, my pearls are so nice. The gopis spoke excitedly amongst themselves. Why should we fear? Argued one. We have watched Krishna grow these pearls. Can we not plant our own field and benefit just as much as he did? We can do the same thing like what Krishna did. We can also get pearls. And our field will be twice as large as his, added another. So they will have more quantity of pearls. Our pearls twice as beautiful, declared a third. This strategy met with a round of applause from all except sober Lalita. So everyone was applauding. Yeah, our field will be large, more beautiful pearls, more quantity of pearls. Lalita interrupted the gloating gopis and said, Sakhis, have you all gone mad? Miracles like lifting Govardhan hill and growing pearls are impossible even for demigods. Only Krishna, who has been invested with some Siddha mantra, can effortlessly accomplish such feats. Lalita is saying this is only Krishna can do such things. He has some Siddha mantra. He has lifted Govardhan hill and all this. This is all impossible. Only Krishna has done such things. And Lalita warned the gopis, do any of you have such a mantra? Have you ever performed miracles? So she's telling, did you do anything like what Krishna has done? Do you have any Siddha mantra like Krishna? If not, then you had better forget this idea right now. Otherwise, I predict that all of you will tumble into a bottomless pit of embarrassment and ridicule. Lalita is saying, don't go with this idea of planting pearls and getting more pearls. Okay, so they were all excited. So now we can read. Should we continue or we should stop here?
No, we can continue.
Okay.
Lalita's words momentarily silenced the gopis, with the exception of Tunga Vidya, who, unconvinced, spoke up. Krishna received his mantra from somewhere, she argued. We can get such a mantra from Nandimukhi, and thus we can also grow pearls. After some debate, the gopis accepted Tunga Vidya's counsel. Like a flock of ducklings on water, they sought out Nandimukhi and humbly submitted their intentions to her. Nandimukhi was wise and could immediately see through my plan. Yet she did not disclose it to the gopis. Greedy to participate in a new pastime, she played along and said, Sakhis, Krishna did not produce these pearls by the power of some mantra. Perplexed, the gopis looked at one another as Nandimukhi went on. This wonder was made possible by the mystic potency of Vrindavan's soil. Now the gopis were skeptical. Yeah, so Lalita was saying that Krishna has a mystical power, so only he can do this. But everybody was silenced. But Tunga Vidya said, "Well, I think Krishna might have used some mantra, so we can get the same mantra and grow pearls." So they all went to Nandimukhi. The Nandimukhi is a sister of Madhumangal, right? The daughter of Sandipani. Yeah, so she's also like Brahmanical and she knows mantras and stuff. Purnamashi is the grandmother of Madhumangal. So it's like the mother of Sandipani Muni. Yeah, so they come in the same line of Brahmanical. So Nandimukhi, she understood the pastime of Krishna. So she wanted to play along, and she said, "Sakhis, he has not used any mantra. It is the power of the Vrindavan soil. So you also could do the same thing and the pearls will grow." I think that's what she will say, because it's a mystic potency of Vrindavan soil. Now the gopis were skeptical, but Nandimukhi continued to support her assertion. The soil of Vrindavan is transcendental. It produces so many kinds of precious and semi-precious jewels. I know this to be true from the teachings of noble Purnamashi, and you have all seen it for yourselves. Are there not, among other ornate wonders, golden trees with coral twigs, emerald leaves, diamond buds, and ruby fruits growing in this land? Of course, there are. Then why make such a commotion about a few cultivated pearls? The pearls Krishna planted grow by the influence of the soil. If you plant pearls and if you water them abundantly with milk and butter, your pearls will be superior to Krishna's. The gopis believed Nandimukhi's every word, intoxicated with confidence that they could outdo me. They embraced her and returned to their homes in bliss. That very day, the gopis engaged their servants in preparing fields larger than Krishna's. So yeah, so it's the same. Nandimukhi is saying that already there are Chintamani. It's a Chintamani soil, right? And there are these desire trees, or where golden trees, emerald leaves, and so many things are growing. Don't you see that? So it's the soil which is potent, and so you can also grow pearls and milk and put milk and butter in it, and your pearls will be superior in Krishna's. So Krishna is saying, intoxicated with confidence, they wanted to outdo me. And they embraced Nandimukhi and they returned homes. Now they're going to ask their mothers to give their pearls.
Okay.
That way. What was that? That very day, the gopis engaged their servants in preparing fields which were larger than Krishna's for their enterprise. Should I continue?
Yeah.
The following morning, they personally planted all the best pearls from their homes. Then, morning, noon, and evening, the gopis carefully began watering their pearls fields with milk, butter, and ghee, anxious to see the first sign of pearl sprouts. Chandravali soon came to know of the efforts of her rivals. Not to be outdone, she convinced her friends to empty their homes of every single pearl and to prepare fields even more extensive than those of their rivals. Sure enough, amidst great expectations, in a few days all the pearl fields of the gopis began to yield small sprouts. Upon seeing the tender shoots of their conspiracy, the gopis became proud. They ridiculed my soft-hearted friends. Meanwhile, the cowherd men noticed that their store of pearls had disappeared. They also noticed a shortage of milk in their homes. Seeing their wives absent, the Gopas inquired from their mothers in an angry mood, Ma, what have our wives done with our pearls and milk? Okay, so all these gopis, they got all the pearls from their houses and they began to water their fields with milk, butter, and ghee. And Chandravali knew about what Radharani was doing. So there's this transcendental envy there. I want to do better than Radharani's group. So she convinced her friend that every single pearl from their house, all of her friends brought and started the fields, sowing it in the fields. So after some days, small shoots came out, and the gopis became very proud, and they started ridiculing Krishna's friends. And then the cowherd men found out, oh, their pearls are missing, and their milk is reduced. What has happened? So all these girls are married, right, to these gopas. So these gopas are saying to their mothers that where have our wives? What have our wives done with the pearls and milk? So all these gopis are married, right? The
Okay.
elder gopis.
Yeah. Continue.
The elder gopis replied, Son, do not chastise these girls. Sri Krishna has successfully grown a host of pearls from a few pearl seeds. These girls have followed his example and they are now watering their pearl sprouts with your milk. But do not worry, very soon you will realize a large profit from this investment and your wealth will grow proportionately. The simple hearted cowherd men, satisfied with this answer, went about their work anticipating new-found wealth. One day, Vishakha Devi, after carefully studying the gopis' pearl sprouts, whispered to some of her gopis' friends, Gopikas, the young plants in our field appear to be different than Krishna's. This rumor quickly spread amongst the gopis, and very soon Srimati Radharani secretly pronounced that their plants were nothing but thorn creepers. Such news, of course, could not be kept secret for long. Okay, so the mothers of the Gopas are telling that, this is all started by Krishna who was growing pearls. So all these girls also wanted to follow that same thing. So don't worry about the pearls. There you will get a much greater profit from them. So Vishakha saw that these sprouts that are coming actually different from what Krishna got. So Radharani came and examined, and there was a rumor spreading that it's thorn creepers that are growing, nothing but thorn. Yeah, but Radharani also has the power, but here it's a pastime.
Okay, so what is the time? 8:47. Yeah, we can read pages. I can read 2 pages. Stop. When this news came to me, I sent some of my friends to congratulate the gopis for their prosperous harvest. So it was already thorns. Everybody, Krishna also came to know that it has produced thorns. So then Krishna sent his friends to put salt in the wound, right? Like that, to taunt them. But they stubbornly denied having taken up an occupation lower than cow protection. Unlike some people, came their message, we gopis would never adopt agriculture for our livelihood, or to speak of planting our family wealth for princely gain. So the gopis were not ready to accept that we have planted some pearls. After the gopis had thoroughly insulted my friends, it was clear to me that I had no alternative than to proceed with my plan. To pour salt into the gopis' wounds, I began to decorate with garlands of pearls all my friends, cows, sheep, lambs, she buffaloes, female goats, and their kids, as well as the monkeys that frolic throughout Vrindavan. So Krishna, the gopis were not ready to accept like defeat, and they said, no, no, we have not done like this, and we have not taken pearls. But then Krishna decorated every cow and monkey with pearl necklace and pearls everywhere. So without their own ornaments, so they don't have any ornaments because they all went in the ground. When the gopis saw my display of opulence, they were ashamed, fearful of their husband's anger. They quickly held a meeting and, suspecting Nandi Mukhi of being a conspirator, concluded that she was partial towards me because Nandi Mukhi had said, no, 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 Vrindavan soil is very special. Lalita had said there was Siddha Mantra that Krishna knew, but Nandi Mukhi had said, no, no, Vrindavan. So they thought Nandi Mukhi has taken the side of Krishna. In a huff, the gopis returned to Nandi Mukhi, and after describing the events of the previous week, rebuked her to no end. They scolded her, Nandi Mukhi. But Nandi Mukhi was not intimidated. With her best Brahminical manner, she reasoned with the gopis. Hey, Sakhis, on the strength of all my austerities, I assure you that I have never deceived you. I have not cheated you. Oh, no, never. You are the equanimity personified. You are very equal. They mock the gopis. And your being Krishna's cousin had nothing to do with giving us bad advice. So gopis now are suspecting that she had given bad advice because she was Krishna's cousin. So yeah, unruffled Nandi continued. Nandi Mukhi, don't blame me. It is you who spoiled everything and caused your own undoing. So Nandi Mukhi and gopis are fighting. They are blaming each other. So he says, it is your doing. The gopis became even more irate. They shot back. That's right. It was our fault. It was we who listened to you and spoiled our family fortunes. Yeah, it's our fault. We listened to you. Nandi explained. Nandi explained. By the promise of newfound wealth, you all became proud. Overconfident, you went about your business like noisy spinning wheel, making rat a tat tat. Of course, Krishna and his friends. Of course, Krishna and his friends were fully aware of your every move. And on top of that, like knave girls, you left your fields unguarded. The gopis were sobered. And what about our unguarded fields? They asked. So, conceited girls chided Nandimukhi. I will explain the truth of these matters. Expert Krishna bribed his Brahmana friend Madhumangal with bowls of sweet rice, who likes to eat, and enticed him to uproot your newly sprouting pearl plants and replace them with thorn bushes. So he's now another conspiracy that Krishna had taken away your pearl plants, your sprouts, and replaced them. He then took your pearl plants, planted some in his garden, and discarded the rest in Yamuna. At first, the gopis were incredulous. They could not believe it. They said, Krishna wouldn't have done that. I don't believe it. And impossible, impossible. Okay, so again they charged Nandimukhi, saying, O female ascetic of Kali Yuga, since you know so much, you must be the accomplice of that fat bellied Brahmana. But at last, convinced by her many arguments and by the air of innocence she projected, the gopis accepted Nandimukhi's story. We can't believe what a rascal he is, they exclaimed. This time he has gone too far. Disheartened, the gopis gazed at one another, offered pranams to Nandi, and returned to their meeting place to discuss this new information that Madhumangal had, uprooted their pearl sprouts and planted thorns. After an embarrassing silence, Radhika spoke up. Friends, whether Nandimukhi tricked us or Krishna robbed us, our plight is the same. So whatever it is, we have lost our pearls. Whatever the outcome is this, we have no pearls, and we stand to be severely reprimanded by our superiors. Pearls are not easily acquired in Vrindavan, and therefore I suggest we consider how to obtain some of Krishna's pearls at whatever price he may charge. So then Radhika is saying, yes, but we have to get pearls. We lost all our pearls. Whatever be the reason, whether Nandimukhi tricked us or Krishna, he did what he did with Madhumangal. But we don't have pearls, so we should go to Krishna and ask for pearls. Whatever price, he will give the pearls to us. Okay, so I'll read this page and stop. The gopis deliberated on Radhika's proposal, arguing it pros and cons. Okay, what will happen if we go to ask Krishna? Finally, they agreed to send Chandramukhi and Kanchanlata to purchase some of my pearls. So two gopis came, Chandramukhi and Kanchanlata came to get pearls from Krishna. Thus, a little before dawn, the very next day, just as I arrived at my pearl fields to water them, Chandramukhi and Kanchanlata appeared. So Krishna was watering his pearl fields, carrying a large quantity of gold. So they wanted to trade. Subal and I were seated in the garden house, cracking jokes about the gopis' awkward situation. To avoid appealing to me, whom they had earlier rebuked, the gopis addressed Subal. They didn't directly speak to Krishna because they had chastised Krishna before. Dear Sakha, having heard that you are selling your surplus pearls, we have come to purchase a selection of your best ones. And to pay the price, we have brought along the purest quality gold. When I heard the gopis' appeal, I silenced Subal with a touch of my hand and replied, but are you not the same gopis who only a few days ago denied my request for just a few pearls? What to speak of a few pails of milk for my pearl crop? So they had not given him any pearl for his two cows, Hansi and whatever the other one, Harini. So, and they had refused even the milk for. So are you not the same gopis that you rejected my request earlier? Now you have come to purchase my pearls. Okay. We can read. As the two girls cast awkward glances at each other, I added, I would rather throw all my pearls in the Kalindi, Yamuna, than give you even one. Krishna was saying, I will never give you even one. I will just throw my all pearls away, instead of giving you even one. And if you want to buy my pearls, well, my answer is that all the wealth in your homes, including the houses themselves, cannot purchase the least of my pearls. So even you get everything, my lowest pearl will not even be is more value than all of your houses. Kanchanlata stamped her feet and snapped back. Why do we have to tolerate these cruel words? She then appealed to Subal, saying, we were not in fear of our husbands. We should never stoop to such a humiliating act. And although many jewels are available in Mathura, we have no time to make the trip. O Subal, please be our middleman. Subal, can you please moderate between Krishna and so that we can get some pearls? We don't have time to go to Mathura, although they are available in Mathura. O Subal, please be our middleman. We are prepared to pay even more than the going rate for these pearls. So they wanted the pearls at any cost. More than the going rate? Those were just the words I was waiting to hear. The gopis were desperate, and in Radhika's own words, they were willing to pay whatever price he may charge. Okay, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. It's 8:50. Thank you everyone for joining. Nice.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Prabhu.
Pranams,
Thank you.
Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Guruji. Thank you.